Hello, Internet. I'm still Juicebox, and this is Power Wash Simulator. And I'm hoping that the sound works, and I'm hoping my new setup kind of works. And hi, Ruben. Sorry, it's been like over a month since I've streamed. I could do the campaign, but there's a bonus job here I kind of want to do. So one thing that I learned while I didn't have internet is that Power Wash Simulator is one of the few games I have on Steam that I can play offline with no internet connection. That was really annoying. Was trying to boot up Monster Hunter to play some offline mode because it has an offline mode. And then it's like, no, you need to connect to the internet first to play offline. How am I doing? I've spent the last month driving back and forth, picking up things and putting them in my little tiny car, and then driving them up the road to my new house. And you would think that slowly watching my old house empty of stuff and putting new things in my new house would feel like there's some progression to it, but there wasn't. It got very tedious. Anyway, one of the nice things about this game running offline is when it's offline, it doesn't show you all these things that you can't actually play. Like, I can play these two. I don't think I have access to this. If I go to it's like a different set of challenge jobs, where it's like you can play in Midgar or clean SpongeBob SquarePants' house. But anyway, I want to clean a putt-putt golf course. It's been like a year since I played putt-putt. I would like to play some putt-putt. Oh, they don't give us very much good stuff here. Like a very basic nozzle. We don't have any sort of range extension. This is going to take a while, which is good, because that just gives me time to get used to talking and be less awkward about it. How have you been, Ruben? So this is our job person, Lady Pip of Loganberry. And Muckingham is the town that our character lives in, I think. There's a volcano. And no one likes the mayor. So how does he keep getting reelected? Who knows? Ruben's been good, had work today. They hired a new lady at the place where I work, and so tomorrow I get to go to work and not work 12 hours. Which, on one hand, I make less money, but on the other hand, I'm not stuck in a room for 12 hours. I can actually do something tomorrow afternoon instead of coming home and, like, making new Japanese flashcards and going to bed. All right, let's read our description of this cleaning job, because that's one of the things about Power Washing Simulator. Power Wash. It's Power Wash Simulator, so ing. One of the things about Power Wash Simulator that I was sort of surprised by is there is not much of a story, but what little dialogue you get is kind of funny. O hero of great renown, our kingdom, which doubleth up as a course of golf most miniature, is besieged by three enemies as old as time itself: filth, grime, and squalor. What 'twas once an arena worthy of great champions has alas fallen upon misfortune, and now resembleth the leftovers of an ogre's picnic. In sooth, 'tis the foulest, most fetid golf course of any man, woman, or child has ever had the misfortune to set eyes upon. Thou and thine magic wand art much celebrated throughout the realm, and doth come highly regarded, which bodeth well, as this art no challenge for the faint of heart, or greaseless of elbow, except at thine peril, or all souls be damned. Is my work sitting at a counter and doing almost nothing? Yes. I am the guy who's like, give us $20 so you can go play golf. Golf carts are over there. I do that. I sell golf balls and golf accessories at a counter. I sometimes have excuses to go outside to check, like, how's the weather doing? Are people not playing the way they're supposed to? At least it is easy work. It is the most minimum wage deserving job that I have ever done for minimum wage. I spend a lot of time on my phone. And no one cares. Because all the other people who work there are old and spend all their time on their phones. Anyway, let's wash some golf course. Y'all should be able to hear birds and stuff now. You're going to be great at that job. I'm slightly annoyed at that job by how many times every single day I say the same thing over and over and over again. Blimey, you're actually here. Wow. There's only so many ways I can tell someone that, you know, this is how much their round of golf is going to cost. Give me money. I could maybe engage some creativity in describing our tiny beer list. Management makes us speak old world to all external contractors, then wonder why no one ever shows up. We also have to give useless... I wasn't done reading that. Let's see, I think that's how I see. You would think that the newest message would be at the top, right? There we go. We also have to give ourselves fancy names and prance around, telling people that they putteth well. I wouldn't like this job at the golf course. This golf course doesn't look like my speed. The game's a little loud. Okay, we can adjust that. Let's just go down like... Let's go down like 10 decibels to start, even though I can still see some activity. I like actually hearing you talk. Alright, can you hear me over the power washer now? I can barely hear myself over the power washer. I might need to lower the volume in the game. Let's see, where's that? Options. Controller, camera, general. Oh, audio. Let's just lower the master volume to like... Well, that's a little bit low. Okay, I can still hear it. Okay, I can still hear myself talk now, so that should be good. But yeah, I'm pretty tired of saying the word alright and okay. But I kind of need some sort of little some little verbal warm-up when I'm talking, especially when it's early in the morning, and my body doesn't want to do anything. Because that is the big problem with the golf job, is that golfers are crazy people who want to start playing their game at the crack of dawn, and that's not an exaggeration. I literally had a conversation with a guy yesterday about how he had to wait until the sun came up enough that he could see his ball, and then he could start playing. I pull into the parking lot in the morning, and I see people who have already played 9 holes of golf, and I just think, what is wrong with these people? I mean, there's dedication to a sport, but I don't think that Michael Phelps woke up at, 4 in the morning, start swimming at 5:30. Okay, this pillar's not quite clean. What's still dirty about it? I'm so bad at controlling my character when I'm on a ladder. Help, 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 help. Ruben messed up speech a lot at work. If you were working there, I would also show up at 6. I mean, it's kind of a nice thing that all the old dudes seem to like me. Oh, there we go. I know I call myself an old dude a lot, but this is a job where we give a senior discount for people over 50, and we probably shouldn't. We should probably make that senior discount a little bit older, because the majority of people at this golf course are over 50. I wonder if these... Oh yeah, these rocks are just their own thing. But that... Nope, that doesn't count as part of it. That doesn't count as part of it. Washing rocks in this game is sometimes a little bit annoying, because they have these little nooks and crannies that are hard to get an angle at. One of the first levels, there's this big... like, pile of stacked rocks. That makes a wall. And you have to really crouch down in there. To get the undersides of every individual rock. Right, so I've been moving stuff for the last month, but today was the day that I actually told my landlord that I'm moving. So I'm not officially out of there until September, but no, I'm gone. I'm not living there anymore. You know, like, the new place isn't perfect, but at least Phil owns it. And so if something breaks, we can just hire a contractor to fix it. There we go. Golf ball return buckets. That's kind of low-tech. Also, usually golf ball buckets have holes in the side of them, so like if the golf ball's wet or whatever, the water doesn't just build up in the bottom. How am I gonna get that backside? Your internet hasn't been this bad in a while? Well, at least it is. Yeah, it might be my internet. I don't know yet. The connection should be just as good here as it was before. Same service. Same company. Supposed to be the same speed. There we go. The bucket is clean. Dear God. Ooh, where to start? Entrance, I guess. Let's get the entrance floor clean. Even though in real life, if you're power washing, you want to do the bottom last. To sort of wash away all the gunk that's flowed from above. With all the dusting and wiping and just cleaning things I've had to do to get them from the old house into this house without worrying about, like, bringing mold or whatever, this game has kind of come in handy for that. It sort of set that mindset in me of how to clean things bit by bit. Ruben's back. Welcome back. But Power Wash Simulator is a little bit simpler than real life cleaning, thankfully. It really just makes the dust and dirt disappear instead of moving it. Maybe someday we'll have computers that can just casually handle that kind of calculation. Okay, here's where all these individual particles of dust would run down the surface. And we have to make a drain somewhere to make them end up proper. You didn't miss anything. No, you didn't. This is a very slow game. Especially when it's a scenario that you haven't really mastered yet. Okay, where else is entrance floor? Ah, the little corner there. If I play a job on repeat, I kind of have a better idea of where I'm going. That and the early jobs just seem really simple in comparison to what comes later. Alright, what's still dirty on the door? Do you repeat Power Wash Sim? Yeah, if you want to, you can go and redo levels, which you already did. And you can do them with limited water or limited soap or a time limit. I don't do that. This is a game to turn my brain off with. This is a game to kill time with. Not that I really have that much time. I really shouldn't be killing it. But I've got some time right now. Must be a wall in the kiosk or something I haven't gotten yet. Oh, the top. Probably the top. Yeah. You should help slay the time. Yeah, now we're getting to the spirit of our little medieval golf course. Cleaning this rock is going to be a pain. Look how huge it is. But that's the game. You see a problem, and you start working on it, and bit by bit it becomes less of a problem. And then after 3 hours, you're like, oh wait, I should have been cleaning things in real life. But you made the virtual skate park clean. Which is more of a sense of accomplishment than spending 3 hours on social media. Because if you spend 3 hours on social media, you stop and you're like, wait, what even did I look at? Whereas here, it's like, look, skate park. Clean, fictitious skate park. You can kind of teleport the ladder, which is nice. I sort of overestimated the realism of this game when I first started playing it. You know, thinking there's a certain range I can grab things from. There isn't one on this stage, but like, in addition to the ladder, there's like a little step stool that's only about as tall as that rock. And there's also this giant scaffolding that's like 3 stories tall. And your character can just pick it up and swing it around. He's a very strong power washer. Power Washer Simulator. Power Washer Simulating Simulator versus my PC. That's a shame if the PC can't even stream Power Wash Simulator. I mean, if a Nintendo Switch can stream Kingdom Hearts, you would think that PC would be able to stream this. Ooh, that was nice. So I don't have a Nintendo Switch 2, right? Because poor. But I did watch the Nintendo commercial that people voluntarily watch that aired yesterday, this morning. And the new Katamari game is going to be on Nintendo Switch 1, not 2. So I've also been playing a lot of We Love Katamari plus Royal Reroll, which is this sort of anthology Katamari game. This thing crashed on Word. I do not have much trust in it. Wow, that sounds like as bad as the laptops the kids got at the school for free. Not poor, forced good financial decisions. Yeah, I would have. If I had a choice, I would have made poor financial decisions and bought a Switch 2. And like, I'm not a fan of Donkey Kong or anything, but that new Donkey Kong game looks really cool. But no, I have to be frugal about my video games and just play whatever's on sale on Steam. Speaking of which, there's a game that's $13, and I'm like, I could just not. I could just skip. I could just skip dinner one day and buy that. Laptops are living creatures, and they want to die. Well, I mean, some people would prefer death to a life of servitude. The laptop doesn't have much choice in what it does or doesn't do. Some people's laptops have to do horrible, unspeakable things. It's no wonder they want to die. You really need to get a desktop. Or just a better laptop, because... I mean, I don't know much about the Dutch university system, but when I was in college, it was much more convenient for me to have a laptop than it was to have a desktop PC. I made it so I could take it to the library and, you know, write papers with the books that are there. So, I mean, how much physical media are you going to consume in college? Probably not as much as me. Not as much as I did. There won't be nearly as much need to physically be in the library, grabbing tomes off the shelves. Nah, desktop, so I can deinstall Team Fortress 2 on here. I would think a modern graphing calculator could run Team Fortress 2 at this point. That game is pretty old. In the campaign mode of this game, I have a like range extending nozzle, and I'm really missing that right now. Well, let's just clean this fence. That'll be easy. Fences are easy. It takes up half my memory and runs on 2 frames per second. Wow. How old is your laptop? $2 years. It's strange that it can't run Team Fortress 2 then. Well, I mean, it clearly runs Team Fortress 2 to some degree, since, you know, you play so much of it. These things are a scam, and everyone got one agrees. Oh. Still manages top score in Team Fortress 2. Is that maybe some sort of lag strats involved? I have some vague recollections of, like, in certain fighting games, you can throw off your opponents by having your PC be slower, and so it resolves interactions incorrectly. Half your team might just be drunk. Okay, yeah, that too. I don't think anyone's really playing Team Fortress 2 that seriously anymore. At least not enough of a population that you have to worry about it when you're just randomly playing online. Oh, look, it's little butterflies. Since the opening song to Wheel of Katamari plus Roll Reroll is playing in my head, I also should mention that that's another one of the games that Steam will let me play in offline mode. So I played a bunch of that in the evenings over the last month, and found out that, like, the levels have different modes. The game doesn't tell you that until you willingly go back and start replaying levels, and then it's like, oh yeah, now you can do it as a time attack. You do play on Uncletopia, which are tryhard servers, and yet they're still drunk. Like, I don't think that's meant to flex or anything, it's just like, it's the end of a long day. They want to play the video game, they want to have a couple beers. Oh man, the old people at the golf course, they drink. I think I sold, I mean, it's hard to tell exactly how many beers I sold this guy, because, you know, he was buying them for his friends too, but, like, he probably drank at least 6 beers before driving home. Yesterday, he does this pretty much every Thursday. This friend on Steam of mine plays better while drunk, and he is very good already. Maybe, yeah, you can, like, go more on instinct, not really just waste time making decisions, just, you see the wiggling thing moving, you click its head. Don't worry about if it's a spy or not, just shoot it. I cannot endorse drinking and playing video games. In college, I had a friend who pretty much would only play video games while drunk, and it is impossible to get good enough to beat, like, more than the first couple levels of Cuphead if you're drinking. So says me. Well, where's the dirt? There's some dirt. Ah, there we go. Where's the dirt on this one? That edge right there. Sometimes individual objects in this game are very picky about how little dirt must remain for them to count as clean. shoot the floor, big score. Quote the soldier. What, can he get people with, like, area of effect on rockets or something? Well, since we have internet right now, yes, the ball has physics. Not good physics, but it has physics. I guess I will have to give that a shot in a few years. I mean, that's what pretty much everyone does in their early 20s. Try to define the relationship with various mind-altering substances. Oh, that was interesting yesterday. There was some guy who lost a putter cover. No, Chivo. I put the ball in the hole, game. Whatever. Anyway, he lost a putter cover, and unlike most people who lose their golf club covers, he actually cared. And so I spent like 30 minutes looking around our clubhouse trying to find it because he was sure that someone had turned it in. I did find it eventually after he left, but I also found some guy's like weed stash. Or at least paraphernalia. Rockets and other explosions have very big splash damage. So can you be kind of mindless with them? Just shoot in the general direction of the enemy and hope that it, hope you catch them in the splash damage. Well, I guess the thing that weirded me out about finding that guy's stash was that nowadays most people just, now that it's semi-legal in the United States, most people use vaporizers or edibles. This was just like a wooden box with a little piece of string that you burn so that you don't inhale lighter fluid. It was not old school exactly, but it was like not a setup I'd seen someone use in a good number of years. Not that I see people do drugs on the regular anymore. Yeah, you just spam with your team and you get sometime. You get someone. Out of nowhere, but a weird thought I had recently was just like, yeah, I don't interact with people quite as much as I used to. And it's weird how living in a city is more like the village experience nowadays. Like, generally speaking, humans did not just live out in the woods by themselves. They lived in cities or in little townships and stuff. But if you live in rural America now, like, you don't really see or interact with your neighbors nearly as much as you do if you live in a city. It's just weird how it's sort of the opposite of how it's sold a lot of the time. That cities are these big impersonal places, but when you live in the city, you run into people a lot. When you live out in the woods, or out in a cornfield, or even out on, like, a street that has, rows of houses, but, like, no one really interacts because there's no reason to. You don't spend that much time outside because there's not much to do outside. You drive everywhere, so there's no just randomly bumping into someone on the sidewalk. See, this is how you know I'm not used to streaming again, because I'm just going off on these tangents that make no sense to anyone but me. Used to be I would just veto that in my head. I'll get back into this. I'll get used to streaming again. Even though Ruben's Dutch, he does not have experience with weed. Well, I mean, yeah, it's not good for your brain. It's not the worst thing in the world, but... yeah... it's kind of sad to see people satisfied with just, like, sitting on the couch and watching TV that they don't even care about. I know that's not a 100% accurate stereotype, but it's a thing I've seen. People who are okay with being boring. Like, I'm boring, but I'm not okay with it. Forest tonight. I hope I don't have to clean the back of his sword. Did he have eyes in there? Are his eyes just like hollow? Or are they little gel orbs? I think he has little gel orb eyes. Dude, I do not have a store here. Well, at least you're still in school, so you have to interact with people anyway. Okay, there he goes. I mean, I don't really talk to my neighbors that much, but still. Well, like, when I lived in the city, I would get a new neighbor and I would, like, knock on their door and talk to them. Because I would see them in the hallway at the bottom of the apartment building. So it just seemed like, might as well. First hole flooring. First hole. The hole itself is not getting cleaned. There it goes. Clean this off real quick. Let's start on the second hole. I see them with the village activities and with the orchestra and while biking, but still also a lot of old people that would not go outside anyway. Well, where I live now, it's pretty much all old people who don't go outside. I guess one of my neighbors seems to work on broken lawnmowers, so I'll see him outside on the weekends, but I don't talk to him. Because, you know, he's busy. And I'm busy. The last month, I've only been going outside to go start putting things in my car and take them from one house to the next. Maybe now that I'm less busy, I can go talk to him. This little putt-putt golf course doesn't mess around. We got a windmill on the first hole, or second hole. right off the bat. It is kind of funny working at a golf course as someone who does not play golf. Like, occasionally teenagers who are just getting into it will come in there and be like, well, what's this golf ball about? Like, why is this one different from the other ones? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what makes the clubs different. I don't know what makes the different balls different. I can repeat the coaching advice I've heard, where it's just like, if you're just starting the game, it doesn't matter what kind of golf balls you use, what kind of clubs you use, more or less. It's only once you get your technique down that any of that really matters. Is that true? I don't know. I just know I've heard it a bunch of times. Where's the dirt on this house? There he goes. Not a lot of holes, so they have to give you the good ones fast. How many holes are there here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's cool. Little ramp into the very tiny green. 6. If this were a real golf course, some little kid would have accidentally snapped these off by now. 7. Okay, one of these. This is a classic. Try to get your momentum. Gotta go perfect to get, like, through here smoothly. 8. You're supposed to, like, bounce off this shield? 8th hole shield. This is going to be one of those elements where they're very picky about cleaning it off. There he goes. That's 8. 9. Wow, 9's like a gauntlet. Can you just cheat? Like, why not just sort of catch your putter underneath and just pop it up? Is there a rule against that in putt-putt golf? Bouncing the ball intentionally? Well, there's the gnome. There's a gnome in, like, every one of these levels somewhere. So 9. You hit hole 9, and I guess the intent is that the ball then rolls through here, but it might not. Usually it'd be just a tube. Righto. So, also there's no fall damage in this game. Whee! Crunch. Had to pick a lot of weeds today. Unlike the other days, this one was stupid, since these plants will never be sold anyway, and the weeds will quickly be back anyway. Well, if you pull the weeds out of the things that aren't going to sell, then that's less chance of the weeds spreading to the things that will sell. Okay, they're all clean. Time to clean the little windmill. They were completely isolated outside. Okay, never mind. Your boss just giving you busy work then. I don't know if it's funny or if it's sad that the last time I worked for minimum wage, if I had downtime, there's no way I would do something like vacuum the floor. But I get so bored at this golf course sometimes that I will do that. Not like a great job or anything, but enough so there's not just a bunch of grass tracked in anymore. There's a lot of little weeds, too, that are annoying to pick out. At least your back doesn't get harmed by bending over yet, I assume. I have to stretch now. Like, I can stretch. I've always been flexible, but I have to now. Or else bending over to work with things near the ground kind of hurts my back. It's kind of sad. I was making about the same amount of money last summer doing yard work, but it took a lot less hours compared to working 2 days a week at the golf course. Like, I'm making a little more money this summer than I did last summer, but... Oh, God, that... I checked my email this morning, and I saw that there's this haunted house that I like, and they sent out an email 2 days ago saying, hey, you want to be part of our crew? But they sent it out 2 days ago, and the meeting to be part of the crew was yesterday. So couldn't they give us like a week or something? Would have been nice. A little bit more of a heads up. I wouldn't mind working at a haunted house this October, but not gonna be able to work at that one. Which, again, is one of the better ones. Would have been fun. God, I am such a bum now. Just like, oh yeah, I'm looking for any job, and working for a haunted house? Sure, I'll do that. Will they hold my master's degree against me working for the haunted house? I don't know. You don't consider that stuff off the bat. Doesn't help. If I just assumed everyone that I was overqualified for would immediately reject me for that. I wouldn't be able to apply for much of anything. Sad. Sorry you missed out on that. Yeah, a little bit. Did you at least send them an email back explaining that? I thought about it. I was like, should I email them and be like, yeah, guys, give me, like, more than a day's heads up? And maybe I will, actually. Maybe I'll do that this afternoon. I am still a little bit busy. Like, I don't think I'm going to stream on Monday, because I'm going to use Monday to get more of my address changing done. Because we live in the grim dankness of the 21st century, and just, like, so many different institutions need to know exactly where you live to be able to interact with them. This fence panel is still dirty. But where? There it is. I'm sure this little fake wooden bush can support my weight. After all, there's no fall damage, so there's probably no gravity. We're just jumping for the fun of it. To pretend like we can't float. You should probably, in case the situation hasn't improved next year. Yeah, if I haven't gotten a real job by next year, and I'm still alive. Sorry, I went silent there for a second. I mean... Okay, so one thing about this house that's not great is there are flies. Not a lot of flies. But I don't know why there are flies. There's no, like, food sitting out, or visible dirt or anything. But there are these very annoying little flies that like to land on me. Nope, Lady Pip of Loganbury. I literally have to talk like that all day. It's not right, is it? No. Unless they're paying you quite a bit extra. You should not have to talk in character. My name's Jules. I was born in 2004, and I can't stand anything about swords, dragons, or eggs. Oh, poor Jules. Personally, I would enjoy you leaving till, or living probably till next year. Yeah, that is the intent. I would rather not die just yet. But hey, I've got a... So when I was in my 20s, I had this minimum wage job at the movie theater that I could fall back on when I was between work. And I'm pretty sure that this golf course now, if I get another job and then lose it, I can just go back. It seems like a lot of people here at this golf course just work there sort of temporarily for a while, and then they go do something else, and they come back. So, there's that. Having a little bit of a backup plan sometimes is nice. It's a little peace of mind. I don't think I've finished cleaning this flag yet, no. Something I really like about this game is the sound effects, because the people who made it clearly have played with water hoses and power washers a lot, because this noise... The way the pitch changes there. That's so actually perfect. Or when you're washing like a railing and the water goes like as you move between railings. The sound effects are great. They did a really good job of... Forest wall. Thankfully, unlike real life, there's a list in this game of all the things to clean. So once you get down to the end of it where you're like, okay, what else is left to clean? You can just click on, like, the forest stepping stones, 8 out of 10. And it will highlight the forest stepping stone that you have not cleaned yet. It's very convenient. I could always come back to my work that I have now if I truly mess up. Yeah, see, it's nice to have a fallback. But my old movie theater fallback, that movie theater went out of business with COVID. So I literally cannot go back there. It is not a thing that exists anymore. Power washing, neat. What's up? Kind of just catching up on what I haven't talked about in the last month, because I've been too busy moving stuff. So today is the first day in a while that really nothing's been up, other than going to pay my rent at the old house for the second to last time. Because the contract was like, you either give 60 days notice or pay 2 months rent, which functionally means the same thing. Like, I could just say, hey, I'm out, I've already moved out, here's 2 months rent. Or I can just pay rent today and give them my 60 days notice. And then I have 60 days to be like, oh, right, I forgot that thing under that cabinet. I can go grab that. While not living there. Move, eh? Yeah, I know you had one of those recently, too. Maybe it's about that time that we just abandon the places where we used to live. I'm not getting at anything with that. Anyway, yeah, I'm playing Power Wash Simulator because it's just kind of... I don't have to think or pay that much attention to what I'm doing. Now that I've kind of gotten the hang of this game. Which is more of a game than I expected it to be when I bought it because it was on sale for really cheap. I guess because Power Wash Simulator 2 came out recently. Like, there's kind of characters, and there's silly dialogue you get while you're washing things. Practically down the street from my old apartment, but it's bigger, and I'm not renting more. More or less the same here. Not exactly just down the street, but it's close enough to my old house that I've spent the last month driving back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, picking up carload of stuff after carload of stuff. And now I'm finally at a point where it's just like, okay, the things that are left in the old house are things I do not care about. I will take them to the dump, but I will take my time with that. The idea was get everything I do care about out before letting the landlord know, just in case he decides to change the locks or something. And that mission has been accomplished. I even got my electric tennis racket, so that when this stream is over, I can kill some flies. I found some fly paper while I was cleaning stuff up, and so I put a little bit of that in the new house. It's caught one fly in the last week. So these are smart flies. They like to land on me, they don't like to land on fly paper. I know it's been a month, but do I sound weird? Because I know the room I'm in right now is way more echoey than the room that I was streaming from. And I don't know if that's going to be good for acoustics or bad for acoustics on the stream. Also, the lighting in this house is weird. There's a lot of light fixtures where we can't just put LEDs in them. And also, for some reason, the corner where I've set up my PC is just dark. There's a window right next to it. And if I open the window, I can let in a lot of sunlight, but this corner specifically doesn't get the sunlight. So I've got a lamp and a ring light and everything set up so my camera can see me. I sound softer. I could probably add some gain to my microphone. I can't really move my microphone much closer. And it's about the same distance as it used to be. I have been able to move my camera a lot closer. And more level with my face. Oh, look, there's a sword in the stone. It's a rusty sword in the stone. Let's hope it's not a sharp sword in the stone. That rust might be from children's blood. Oh, look at the water spread effect there. That's really nice. Just the little details that make this game work. Or that make this game not so tedious as it sounds on paper. Though I guess you do have to be kind of, you know, into middle-aged man stuff a little bit. To enjoy, oh yeah, that hose sounds really good. The water hitting this various surfaces sounds really good. I don't think I've managed to get a rainbow. Where's the sun? Well, that's kind of cool, the way this sun distorts. But I can't get a rainbow out of it. Unless... nope. By the way, that was the soap dispensing unit on this. I don't like the soap dispensing unit. It cleans really patchy, and it uses up limited materials. So, like, I basically have to go back and re-clean anything I use that on anyway. But it costs money that I could spend on upgrades. No rainbow. Now let's play Katamari. Oh yeah, that was what I was getting at. Yeah, so I'm still busy. I gotta change my address with, like, the bank and the power company and the phone company, and there's a list. So I'm probably not gonna stream Monday for a little bit longer. I'm probably only gonna stream on Fridays, but maybe next Friday I'll play some Katamari. Because I am excited about a new Katamari game coming out on Switch that's kind of actually got a gimmick to it. Like, every Katamari game has just been sort of more of the same, which is good because Katamari is good, but having a gimmick of time travel is, you know, it's something. It's giving some consideration to the video game as being a video game and not just a vehicle for interesting low-poly character design and goofy, weird Japanese, English. You have to speak both to really get the songs. I appreciated that in the Nintendo Direct, they were like, yeah, we've got all these returning bands from previous games. It's not returning songs so much, but it's returning bands. Because that's part of what makes Katamari Katamari, is just the music is so unique. And one of the returning bands is the San Francisco Boys Choir. I'm gonna have to save up $50 to buy that game. Hopefully it's only $50. The report I saw this morning said that Nintendo Switch games are not going to go up in price. So it should be 50, hopefully. At worst, 60, though I bought the remake of the original Katamari. I think that was only like $40 or $35 back in the day. I don't think I made enough of acknowledgement about rainbows to make this segue work from Power Wash Simulator to Katamari. But yeah, maybe next Friday I'll stream some Katamari and there'll be rainbows. I don't know why I have it. So I've got Wheel of Katamari plus Royal Reroll, but I also, I think, just have the original Wheel of Katamari, which I haven't played. So it might be neat to see the differences. It's a little odd that I can buy both on Steam, but on the other hand, it's maybe a good thing for game preservation that you can buy both versions. The enhanced version and the not enhanced version. Or I could play something completely different next week. For example, I have had Climb since it came out. Not Climb. Peak. The game's called Peak, but it's about climbing. It's by the people who made... It's by Aggro Crab, the people who made, you know, the Crab's Treasure. And it was like $5 when it came out. I think it's still $5. But it's a co-op game. But you can play it by yourself. So it's like... I could have the loneliest friend slop stream ever. I'm sure there's other people. There are other people. My first follower... Oh, this is going to sound mean. My first follower on Twitch, Bam Bam, he plays Mario Party by himself on stream sometimes. I don't know when the last time he streamed was. He may have given up. Should I also get the game? If you want. If it looks fun to you. It's like climbing... It's kind of like Celeste, kind of not entirely clear, but you get used to it, sort of stamina mechanics, and you try to climb up a mountain. That's it. That's the game. And you help your friends try to climb the mountain. And like all good friend slop games, it has proximity chat. So when your friend falls off a cliff, you can hear the Doppler effect as they fall past your camera. If you would play, I would get it. You have seen it. Then yes, that would be great, actually. I haven't played it yet, and I've only watched like a little bit of other people streaming it, so I don't really know much about the game. Which is pretty ideal, I think, in friend slop games, because you're supposed to get surprised, right? That's what makes the good, silly moments of like, oh my god, what was that? Just like how I hadn't played Lethal Company for all the literal years it's been out until Reshi invited me. Oh. I don't know if you guys can see it, or if it's too small on the screen, but the game tells you what material things you're spraying are made out of, and these coins are made of metal. Why would you put metal coins? Why not plastic? I think the people who made this putt-putt golf course are too dedicated to authenticity for their own good. You shall acquire it then. Yeah, it's like $5. It would be great to play it with you. Liz Guy, if you're still here, if you want, well, I don't know, you're busy during the day. You're busy when I stream, so you probably can't play it with me. I can maybe try to stay up late one night and play with you, though. If you want. We need to come up with a better term than friend slop. Because, like, it works. Most people know what you're saying when you call a game friend slop, but it's, you know, intentionally dismissive, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. Like, yeah, just because it's kind of streamer bait doesn't make it a bad game. Especially if it's not the kind of streamer bait Emo Mushi, or Getting Over It. Those are the kind of streamer bait that, like, you don't want to play it by yourself. Like, you only want to play it on stream. Because it's intentionally bad to control and frustrating, and eventually you can get good enough at it and it's impressive to watch you play it, but the point is for the player to suffer, and not just through, like, needing to get good at the skill-based gameplay, like in Dark Souls or whatever, which is another game I don't like that much, but I'll play it, you know. You know, what I'm saying is that friend slop games, you don't need to be a streamer to enjoy them. You can, you know, people can just get their actual friends to play it with them. Especially if you're, you know, like college age or whatever, and you're all got free time. Or if it's a really cheap game, like Peak, where even high schoolers can afford to play it. Like, everyone can chip in $5 to play that game. What I'm trying to get at is I don't think that friend games, like, every game is more fun when you play with your friends, obviously, but games that are specifically made to just play with your friends, it doesn't require that kind of unhealthy parasocial relationship that streaming games do. It's not about watching someone suffer, it's about suffering with someone. Or in the case of something like It Takes Two, it's not even about suffering. It's just having fun with a friend. I need a flashlight. There is no flashlight attachment in this game because you're working outside, but right in this corner, I feel like I need a flashlight. Don't insult high schoolers like that. Where's the insult? You can afford $5. I'm widening the stream so we can see the graffiti. The more focused stream washes the graffiti off with the dirt. So there we go, we got a little dragon. I think there was like a little knight, gnome, dwarf guy here. And there's a little gnome killing the dragon. It's a little bit less nice. I mean, I guess it's a fire-breathing dragon. He looks a little menacing, but even high schoolers. I get where you're coming from now, but I don't think that was... It was definitely not meant as an insult. It was meant as a... A lot of high schoolers don't even have jobs. Like, ideally, a high schooler doesn't have a job. Because they should focus on doing schoolwork and playing video games and hanging out with their friends. Sort of your last hurrah is having no real responsibilities. Or at least not having to worry about buying food. Again, this is all idealistic. I know some teenagers have to worry about buying their own food because their parents suck. But yeah, even if, you know, you're living off of... Well, not living off of... If your spending money comes from money your parents gave you, and that's it, $5 is still not a big ask. Someone should clip that out of context and be like, you should subscribe. He's saying you should subscribe because even if you're high school, you can afford $5. All the high schoolers here have jobs. My friends and I tend to have summer jobs in high school, but not during school. That was a long time ago, though. All of the one teenagers. The one teenager in the chat right now, yes. I don't know if, like, of my viewers, I don't know if Yinku is still in high school. We know Venom's in college now. I suspect that, even if he's not quite my age, Lizard Guy is probably at least in his late 20s, if not early 30s. Oh, what was it? Hey, Reshi. He's in high school. I don't know if any of y'all... I doubt any of y'all watch the streamer Nemi Nightmare. She said something the other day on her stream that made me be like, okay, no, she is not my age. She's at least 10 years younger than me. And I don't think it was when she was talking about slime and her slime collection, and now she needs to get more reagents to make her slime go back to being slime and not just, like, sticky mess that sticks more to her hands than to herself. That might have been it, actually, because, like, the slime trends... I was at least in my late 20s when that started to be a thing online. Oh yeah, hey, Reshi, do you want to join a peak stream next Friday? Ruben said he'd buy the game. And I have not played it yet. And it's like, what's the point of being a streamer if you don't play some friend slop games? Take advantage of it. Especially since my real life friends are kind of our schedules don't mesh that much anymore. Like, one of them has been trying to play Monster Hunter with me for the last 2 weeks, and just neither of us have been able to get the same time available. So we didn't really get to play the summer event at all together. Maybe, depending on how my schedule shakes out, because I might be headed up to New York State for an upcoming weekend. Ooh, nice. Are you going to go to New York City? I've only been to New York City one time, and it was pretty cool. Got to go to the Nintendo store in Central Park. And, like, random juice places. The city is 2 hours closer to me than the state. How does that work? Are you going, like, way upstate New York? Or way into the western part of New York? Oh, time to wash off this gnome. You hope you never have to enter New York. Well, yeah, I know that New York City is near New Jersey, but once you're in New York City, you're in New York State as well. Unless you call the parts of the city that aren't actually New York, but are in New Jersey, but are kind of like the suburbs of New York. If you count those as New York City, I could see saying that that part's 2 hours closer than New York State. Though, as far as suburbs of New Jersey that are kind of considered part of New York, I really only know anything about that from watching Futurama back, 20 years ago. I should probably rewatch Futurama, see how bad it's aged. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's still good. I would say Billy West wouldn't disappoint me, but rewatching Ren and Stimpy, oof sometimes. I should not have watched that show as a child. Ren and Stimpy warped my little brain. I will never be able to hear the first two syllables of the word dehydrated without going tobacco. This becomes a problem basically every summer. That I have to stop myself from saying that out loud over and over and over again. You're headed near Central State, yes. That's mostly what I thought. Yeah, I basically live on the border of Pennsylvania and Jersey, and it's a lot easier for me to head to the city than a place in the state where everyone is that I normally see. Well, I mean, heading into New York City is easy because you don't even have to... Like, when I went to New York City, I caught a train in Rhode Island to get there. It was nice. Well, maybe nice is not the best word, but it was really convenient. It was clean enough. It still had a little bit of that seedy urban character that is mythologized onto New York, even though it's not really the case since like... Well, let's not give Giuliani too much credit, but it's not since, like, the early part of the 21st century that New York has been that seedy. Like, at worst, New York is annoying with the street performers and stuff. Or on the subway, the guys who, like, go from car to car, and, like, they'll do a little dance performance or a little music performance, and they expect you to give them a tip. And sometimes it's like, are they gonna break the railing or the luggage rack doing that? Is that still a thing? People doing little dance performances in the subway in New York? Reshi hasn't been on a train in like 14 years. Could be nice to go on one sometime. Ruben hasn't been on one in a month. The difference between the EU and the United States in a nutshell. No, we don't do trains. I was stuck behind a row of cars the other day, and I was just thinking, man, if we were all on a train... Where is this cave dragon still dirty? How much more do I need to wash you? Like, that's not part of the cave dragon. After I play this game, I have to make sure that I'm not on caps lock. Because I press caps lock instead of tab about 50% of the time. Still planning a train trip to somewhere. That plan may not be coming together. Have I said on stream yet that one of my friends got enough frequent flyer miles or whatever on his credit card that he's going to pay for my plane ticket, and he wants me to go to Japan with him for like 2 weeks in the winter? Where else are you, dirty cave dragon? I have not. Well, there we go. I've said it. Yeah, assuming I can save up like $2,000 just to be safe. But yeah, assuming I can save up like $2,000 between now and January, I should get to go visit Japan. Also, sad thing I learned from this, from researching before going, is that the Japanese rail, the JR Pass, the Japan Railways, used to be really cheap. It used to be like a no-brainer. You would buy this Japan Railway Pass. But in 2003, they upped the price by like 70%. And so now I'll have to actually... Thank you, Reshi. Now I'll have to actually, like, go through our... We'll have to make a detailed itinerary and go through it and be like, okay, will it be cheaper to, like, buy this $800 now pass, or to individually buy the number of Shinkansen rides that we need to get from place to place? And with what little we've got planned so far, I think it's going to be cheaper to just buy train tickets in the country. Which is disappointing, because that means every time we go somewhere, I've got to negotiate buying train tickets in Japanese. I'm sure I can do that. But it would have been nice if, like, if it was like when my other friend went, and he just rode the trains and the buses prepaid. And it was just super convenient for him. But I guess maybe... I mean, this is my guess. This is total conjecture on my part, but maybe the people of Japan got a little bit tired of subsidizing foreigners to go ride their train system for cheaper than anyone who actually lives in the country can. Lady Pip, I'm not even an actor or anything. I'm just terrible at making sandwiches, needed a new job in a hurry. The Dutch railways are also getting expansive. Cheap if you buy a day ticket or so. Well, okay, so that $800 is for 2 weeks, though. Two weeks of, if I wanted to, I could just ride the Shinkansen back and forth. The Japanese bullet train, I should probably say what that word is, in case anyone who's watching this is not a nerd, or is not the specific kind of nerd I am. Anyway, yeah, I want to ride a bullet train. I gotta do it at least once. It's a little better. Yeah, for 2 weeks. But if we just, like, stay put, more or less, you know, go, like, to one city, spend, like, 3 or 4 days there, and then go to another city and spend 3 or 4 days there, then it makes more sense to just buy, you know, local bus passes and whatever commuter rail. It's not necessarily the super fast bullet train. Which is more like how I would run a vacation anyway. I don't like the idea of a vacation where I'm in one city one day, and then another city the next day, and then another city the next day. My idea of a vacation, honestly, is I go to a place, and I get into my hotel, and I stay there. Not in the hotel necessarily, but like I'll stay in one city and just chill, and I'll have like plans for maybe 2 days out of the week that I'm there, and then the rest of it's just like wandering around and seeing what's there. Going where the spirit leads me. The Dutch railways are getting expensive, but here day ticket subscriptions are the better play. Yeah. And again, if you want to go to Japan and you want to ride the bullet train basically every day you're there, then the Japan Railway Pass is probably still a better deal. But it's not a no-brainer like it was when my friend went in, like, 2021. Or maybe it was... Wasn't it the before times that he went? When did he go? I think it was. I think it was in the before times that he went. That's basically what you did when you went to Offkai. Just bought... Where is Offkai? Is that in the United States? The golf speak is getting to him. Dude, I've been calling it the before times since, like, 2020. That was immediate, like, okay, this is a turning point in how we're going to remember how stuff went down. And so before 2020 is the before times. And I was totally right to call that back then. I'm not the only one who does this. Not even close. It's in Cali, yeah. I just stayed in San Jose and walked around for a couple days. I didn't have a set plan. Yeah, exactly. Go somewhere that has a beach. You go to the beach, like, in the morning, and then eat lunch, wander around, find somewhere else to hang out in the afternoon, and then in the evening you have plans, like, go somewhere specific. Like, you go to, I don't know, an amusement park that only opens at night, or to a certain restaurant that's really nice you heard about, or to go to a concert, or whatever's in the neighborhood. That's my idea of a vacation. Wake up, easy breakfast, go to, like, hang out in the water for a while, or if I'm in the mountains, go, like, walk a trail that's near the hotel, or near the campground. Come on, Snake. How are you still dirty? Rube has not been calling it anything. He got to spend multiple days in the city. Would have enjoyed München a day more. I don't know where München is. I don't know what that city's known for, or if it's on the coast. Reshi would have loved to go to the beach, but we had to Uber everywhere, and the beach is like 35 minutes away. Yeah, beaches on the west coast are not quite as accessible as they are on the east coast. I can think of 3 cities where they just have a very large expanse of their beach that's just like free for all. You can go there. For Ribbon, the beach like an 8 to 20 hour activity. You have to be there during both higher tides. And München is a German city. Maybe the tides just don't make that much of a deal for me when I'm at the ocean. At the ocean, the tide, really all it does is determine how much beach there is. Compared to if I'm at a tidal river, where it's more like, okay, can I actually swim without having to walk on a bunch of muck at high tide? Or is it low tide and I have to go out like where the boats are to be able to actually like submerge myself? You know, I don't think I've ever actually been on vacation somewhere based on a river or a lake being nearby. It's always like ocean. If I'm going to vacation near water, it's going to be near the ocean. The beach also has enough for 12 hours. Maybe the difference here is that if I'm somewhere because I'm on the ocean, I'm going to be there for like a week. So like one day, I would, you know, just want to like hang out and surf, and another day maybe do some skimboarding. Another day maybe make a giant sand pit. Rushy prefers pools and lakes. The ocean is salty, it makes me feel sticky when I get out. Same for salt pools. Yeah, I don't mind the stickiness. I'm kind of the opposite. I don't like the sort of chlorine smell of pools as much. And I don't really like getting chlorinated water in my eyes. Salt water's fine. Not fine, but... like, if I get hit by a big wave I'm not expecting, and I end up inhaling a bit of salt water, that's not going to bother me very much. I used to work with a lady who just, like, refused to get into a river because it's muddy. And that's just probably... it's probably just my bias of growing up in the river, that the idea of the river being muddy, being gross, just doesn't compute to me at all. And I can see how illogical that is, that other people wouldn't want to swim in muddy water. And I don't have any problem swimming in muddy water at all. But I don't. If it was like a murky pool, that would be gross. But if it's a river, and I can't see the bottom at all because it's all full of silt and mud, I don't care. That's how river is. That's how the river is. I'm perfectly fine with this. Chlorine pools are actually scentless. It's chemicals in excessive amounts of pee and sweat that gives cool pools that classic pool smell. I'll take your word for that. I've been to, like, people who have their own pool. I've swum in, you know, backyard pools before, and I don't really recall if they did or did not smell like a pool. But you would think someone's, you know, private pool in their backyard wouldn't have that much pee in it. You would hope so. Sunscreen also helps to smell a lot. Also, new background, yes. I got a little beach background. I saw this in a video game, and I was like, yeah, I need to screen cap that and make it into a background. This is more on brand for me. If you go to an indoor pool at a hotel, most will really smell like a pool. Yeah, that I can vouch for, because when I was a kid, the hotel we would stay at this one beach had a pretty major indoor pool system with like a lazy river and everything. A place I'll never afford to go again. Haha. Anyway, yeah, it smelled like a pool. Yeah, it smelled like a pool in there. Crenellations. Oops, I just realized I forgot to put my phone on vibrate. Ribbon has a pool you can just set up during summer and doesn't smell at all. Like a little, like a kiddie pool. Basically a large bucket. Maybe not a bucket. It's bigger than a bucket. But it's kind of a big flat pan made out of plastic that you put water into out of the hose. Kind of sit in it until it gets uncomfortably warm. Good sized ones. Oops. Honestly, I'm surprised I'm not accidentally hitting the E key more often than I am. Because to rotate the nozzle, you press R. And usually when I'm playing this game, I hit E accidentally a lot. Again, I'm not good at WAS controls. I'll say that every time I have to play a game with WAS controls, I'm bad at them. Reshi has a hot tub that sometimes will fill with water in the summer. Just a makeshift pool. The other day, I was trying to figure out what this term in Japanese, suarai, means. And I'm still not entirely sure. I think it means what I thought it meant from context, where it's just like washing something with just water instead of soap. But it was interesting what little descriptions I could find of it. Whenever Japanese people talk about water in the context of like cleaning, the word "yu" comes up. So it's more or less like they have a separate word for hot water. And Reshi describing his hot tub as just filling with water sort of reminded me of that. You call it water, it's implied that it's cold. It takes a good hour to set up with all the fuzz and a good day to fill. Oh, Okay, well, Ruben's pool is definitely one of the bigger ones then. Does it have hard sides, or is it inflatable? Did I get this? It has poles. Okay, so it's kind of hard-sided then. I think a dog just went by in a car in this game. Oh! Classic new neighbor complaint. That is one... I won't say issue. Well, yeah, issue is better to say than problem. But one of the things going on at my new place is that the next door neighbor's dogs bark a lot. Which is a little annoying when I'm trying to do something outside. That was the most human doing a dog impression you've ever heard. Woof woof. Now you've heard worse. Anyway, yeah, these dogs, they bark at literally anything outside, and the small one will go on. The longest I've heard him bark nonstop was literally 6 hours. And I've only lived here for a month. But there is a silver lining to this. At least for me, as a person who lives in rural America, where we have a problem where people don't socialize their dogs. And so some dogs treat everyone as a threat. And as long as the neighbor's dog barks at everything that's out in the yard, including cats and squirrels, I know that when I go outside, if those dogs aren't barking, there's not another animal in my yard. Which is good, because some people's dogs that they let wander around without a leash are not friendly. And I don't have to worry about encountering the even less friendly dogs, because I'll know if they're out there. Because the little dog will be barking. Also, there's this black cat that likes to hang out in my yard now. And yesterday when I was driving to work, when I was leaving my house at 5:30 in the morning, as I was pulling out of my driveway in the dark, I just saw its little eyes light up from behind a rock that's in my yard, which was cool. I'm glad he didn't bolt or anything, because it would really not be fun to run over a cat in my own driveway. That's not my cat. I mean, any cat, but particularly if I had to, like, find whose cat it is. Oh, that's Bubbles. He don't bite. It just looks like an actual nightmare creature from the abyss. It's been years probably since I said this on stream, so I can say it again. Yeah, I've been told that, he's friendly, he doesn't bite, while I have blood running out the side of my side. The side of my body. Because the dog is not friendly, and he does bite. And it kind of says something a little illogical about me. That, yeah, for a couple of years after that, I was a bit paranoid around dogs. But I'm not now. I got over it. I like dogs that much. I mean, yeah, dogs smell bad and are dumb and annoying sometimes, but I still like them. Just kick the dog. That's how it works here. Yeah, see, the thing I just said about liking dogs, I couldn't kick a dog. I could not bring myself to kick a dog. I literally could not bring myself to kick a dog that was menacing me for weeks on end before it finally bit me. I could not bring myself to harm that animal. The animal that wanted to harm me. And made this known. Ruben 100% could. Especially, I don't know about kicking a dog. If there was a cat full sprinting at me, though, I couldn't kick a cat. I couldn't kick a cat. I could not punt a cat. Okay. Okay, let's give you something to clip out of context. What's an animal that I could punt? What is an animal that if it was threatening me, I could kick it? Probably not a bear, because I wouldn't see any point in kicking a bear. A bear is bigger than me. A bear, if I kick it, that just means it's gonna bite my leg first. This is hard. I can't imagine myself kicking a rat. Goat? No. No, I couldn't kick a goat. Confused fish. A bird if it's slow. Okay, I can feel myself a little bit. Maybe I could kick a goose. I could maybe kick a goose, but I would feel bad about it. Because I know that even if, especially Canada geese, like, they're mean, they're territorial. I could only kick it if I was, like, defending a child who could not get away. Like, if there was a child who was pinned under something, and the goose was attacking them, then I could probably kick a Canada goose. Frogs, no. Could not kick a frog. Definitely could not kick a frog. Frogs are awesome. I don't see them very often, but we got tree frogs around here. And they like, it's really cool when they stick to glass. Ribbon has yeeted frogs today. You can kick one. No. I don't think I could bring myself to harm a frog outside of, like, a survival situation. Like, if I needed food, if I was desperate for food, maybe I could kill a frog to eat it. But I couldn't just kick one. Grasshoppers. I would eat a grasshopper. I don't see much point in kicking them, though. Again, I wouldn't just eat a grasshopper on a dare, but if I were desperate for food, I could definitely eat a grasshopper. This is... Okay, that's kind of funny that it's much easier for me to imagine killing and eating certain animals than it is to imagine me kicking them. But I guess kicking them is just pointless and cruel. Kicking them is either pointless and cruel, or just I am too soft towards said animal to ever consider eating it or kicking it. I definitely couldn't kick another crab, but I would eat a crab. I've eaten crabs. I don't like crab that much, honestly. Reshi's never tried to never tried frog legs, but down to try some. They don't taste like much. They're one of those things that you have to season. The meat itself does not have much of a flavor at all. Why are the boards individual things I have to wash? Could kick a human, come on. I have kicked a human. That's a thing I've done on multiple occasions, okay. I wouldn't eat a human, though. There's our first entry into the category of would kick, would not eat. Not just would, have kicked. Would not eat. You wouldn't? No, I would not eat a human. Partially because humans contain prions. I don't want to get the, what's it called? Kudu? Kurdu? It's some wasting disease that you can get from eating humans. From eating human nerves, in particular. If I'm starving in survival situation and someone kick the bucket, hunger does crazy things. It does, but not always. There have been a lot of people who've chosen starvation over eating corpses. I guess let's finish hole 5 here before we move on to 6. Be a little systematic about it. If it's well prepared, I would. I do not even need to be dying. The players in Peak, you can eat them, right? I don't know. Do you need to eat in that game? I thought that game was more about climbing than it was about survival. Right, that's just a shadow. That's just a shadow. This is not just a shadow. I actually remember seeing a hunger bar in Peak. It's not like intentional or anything that I've not seen that much about the game. I think it's mostly that the streamers that I like watching when they were streaming Peak. Okay, so some streamers that I watch, I like watching them play with other people, and some I do not. And the one who played Peak that I know of, one of the streamers that I like to watch who played Peak was doing it while I had no internet, so I couldn't watch him play Peak at all. And the other streamer I can think of that would play Peak, as far as I know, she has not yet. So I have not seen anyone play it. Just kind of by coincidence, not intentionally trying to not spoil myself or anything. Ruben would kick a chicken. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could see myself kicking a chicken. A rooster. I don't think I've ever seen a female chicken attack anything other than another chicken. Or, like, bugs. Bugs that are smaller than me. But a rooster, those things have big old claws. I could see that making sense to kick one. in self-defense. And having a need to kick a rooster in self-defense, and it actually working. So I can see the need, I can see it working. Yeah, I could kick a rooster. Reshi's wrangled a few chickens. I've never... I don't think I've ever actually touched a living chicken. When I was a kid, I had a friend who had chickens. He's the one who first impressed upon me that, you know, you do not take chickens lightly, because they have claws, and they can fly, and they can be everywhere. Mort the chicken. I'm so glad he got to have a cameo in Pizza Tower. We need more absolutely out there cameos like that in video games. You could punch a chicken. I wouldn't risk my hand getting close enough to a chicken to punch it. My leg, I've probably got a boot on and jeans. You know, there's a chance that the chicken wouldn't get a good clean hit with their talons. But my arms? Nah, I'm not putting my arms close enough to a chicken to punch them. Kicking an ostrich or an emu? No, that's a death wish. That's just asking it to kick you back and do a million times better job. In that it would kick you in half. Ribbon has stood and worked in a chicken coop at work. Didn't I like the sneak attack of one of the chickens? Coming to you in the next Super Meat Boy. Yeah... I wouldn't do well in Super Meat Boy. I would have to be another joke character like Tofu Boy. Can only swim. Moves very slowly on land. So the target is separate from the arrow. Jumped from the roof right upon one of us and then started sprinting while we hoped it didn't escape. Like I just said, my friend impressed upon me the chickens can be everywhere. You don't know where the chickens are until it's too late. Speaking of platformers, I've actually been playing a lot of Celeste lately in Call. It's a great game. It is a great game. I found the last, like, 3 screens incredibly frustrating, and I was very relieved when I beat the game. But overall, my impression of Celeste is that it is a very, very good game. One of the best games. It's really fun how, as you learn sort of cheat tech, the early levels become just completely trivial. But it's not because, like, your character got any real new skills, necessarily. It's just because you learned how to control Madeline way better. And the controls are, for the most part, really responsive, and you get... For the most part, you press the button you want and what you want happens. Ruben has beaten Celeste a lot of times. Yeah, I haven't beaten any of the seasides or anything like that. That is beyond my patience. As Resh was going through, she would teach me all the speedrun tech, like demo dashes, wave dashes, spike jumps. I had an easier experience than usual. Is a demo dash really easy enough to call it an easier experience? I thought that was a frame-perfect trick. Isn't that one of the ones where you dash between spikes? And, like, you can skip hard sections with it, but doing it on its own is hard enough that I don't see it worth it most of the time, unless you're trying to go really fast. I don't know if, like, the world will be similar enough of a place to what it is now in 20 years. But I could see people doing with Celeste kind of what they did with Mario World for the NES. And just like in 20 years, people are still going to be making ROM hacks, map packs, whatever, for Celeste. Like really stupid hard ones, but also really stupid creative ones. Ribbon is almost completed Pizza Tower, 101%. Just need to P-rank the final boss. I've seen Pizza Tower go on sale a couple of times. I've considered buying it, but... Actually, right now, my really hard game I'm trying to play is Rocky Pocky Remastered, or whatever it's called. I didn't get into the game until I was an adult, but I really have enjoyed... I've never beaten the Super Nintendo version either, but I've played a lot of it, and Rocky Pocky Remastered is sort of... It's different. Like, the difficulty in the original game is sort of... You have to do really well for every level, and you have to do them all in a row. For the remastered version, it's more like you have to do almost perfectly one level at a time. They got a whole level ranking system with the ranks in the ranks, and there's actually some insanely difficult ones you show me. Actually crazy what people are doing in Celeste, yeah. I really need to like go through some of those Games Done Quick archives of some of the ROM hacks they've played, they've speed run. But unlike Super Mario World, I haven't watched enough Celeste speedruns to really understand, like, the tech that's happening at the same level as I would watching someone speedrun Super Mario World. Where is this thing still dirty? Oh. Ruben's not touching the Celeste mods, also because he got it on PlayStation. Yeah, a little bit less mod friendly there. Pizza Tower is really fun. It looks really fun, but it also looks like a game you really need to dedicate yourself to, and right now I'm not in a place where I can dedicate myself to any specific game. I haven't even gotten really, really good at Monster Hunter Wilds. I love Monster Hunter, but I just haven't had it in me to really sit down and like master every weapon, figure out which weapons I'm best at against which monsters, and grind out all the different armor, watch hours and hours of YouTube videos to figure out the math behind how all the skills work. Like, for Monster Hunter Rise, I could have told you more or less what every single armor set in the game had skill-wise. This game? Wilds? No, not much. Not really. Reshi's friend at 1,600 hours in Celeste. She loves the custom levels and mods. And it's great that Celeste is so mod friendly. I really do think it's going to be one of those games that people are playing still in 20 years, as long as the lights don't go out, you know, permanently. Rocky Pocky Remastered does not seem like a real game. Well, it is, and I have not beaten the second level yet. Though last time I played, I got pretty far. I got almost to the last boss of the second level. Modding the Kevin blocks for their noises is so funny. I love they're called Kevin blocks. Once learned the controllers, it was pretty easy. The combo meter is longer than it seems. Oh, we're talking about Pizza Tower. Yeah, there's a lot of things that. What's his name? Whatever, the pizza guy. Your little pizza chef. He can do a lot of different stuff, and I have watched enough people play Pizza Tower to see that's like a pattern. People really struggle for a while with just all the things he can do. But then once you start to get that muscle memory and start throwing him around, really comboing your moves together, then the game becomes like, it's different. It's no longer struggling, it's more just like, how can I do this faster? It's not how do I do this, it's how do I do this fast. You think it's Peppino? Peppino sounds right. Peppino Spaghetti. Secrets of the world would defeat you, I guess. I don't know what that is, but yeah, probably. Okay, where have I missed up here? There's a spot. Not that hardcore parkour because I can't jump off the sides. All secrets, and so all transformations and level stuff. Oh, so that's like a category of defeating Pizza Tower, is getting secrets of the world. I say that as a category, like it's like everything's a speed run. I guess everything is a speed run, but we've only got so much time in our lives. Like, it's not always the best thing to beat a game as fast as possible, but you gotta figure out what games are worth spending a lot of time on and which ones aren't. Which this is not a game that's worth spending a lot of time on, and yet I don't know how many hours I have into it already. I got the splash screen with the pie for 4,468 deaths. What is the significance of 4,468? Secrets of the World is a level. You get 25 seconds each secret, so you can fail a little on each. Oh, so it like does all the level gimmicks in one level. That works. That's cool. That seems kind of like that last level in Super Mario Galaxy, where you have to have Luigi get from the beginning of the level to the end of the level without taking any damage in like every single... Lady Pip of Loganbury, your job looks alright though. That's what everyone thinks about everyone else's job. Everyone else thinks that everyone else's job is easy. Unless they've done that job as well. Bet it's well satisfying washing off all that crud and that. Yeah, this game is kind of satisfying. Nah, it's truly just the 3 secrets in each level, rapid fire back-to-back, with all the level gimmicks. All level gimmicks can be found in the Crumbling Tower. I assume that is the last level. Like the last normal story mode level. Because you gotta have an escape sequence in your game about getting really good at controlling the platformer controls. Just stand on the dummy. No one's gonna get mad. This place is a wreck anyway. Ruben has 71 hours in Pogo Rogue. That game didn't have that much content. Crumbling Tower is the last level escape sequence in the escape sequence game. Yeah, like every level has an escape sequence, so why not have a whole level that's just an escape sequence? Really make you feel that panic. The Pizza Tower, pizza time panic. I don't use this button very much, but there's like a Metroid Prime controls mode in this game. Whee! There we go. You also have War, which pulls the panic off better, but not the... This is the final level. I'm not sure, is the level named War? For some reason I could see, like, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse War being a character in Pizza Time. Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower. It's called Pizza Tower. Whatever. In both you get a gun, though. How well can Peppino use a gun? I would say his panicked demeanor makes him seem like sort of the non-violent type, but then on the other hand, the whole game is you like suplexing pigs and vegetables and stuff. So that perception kind of dies pretty quick. The name is War, and you are thrown in a war zone with a live bomb ticking getting closer to death always. He's pretty good. He is a war vet. He's a war vet? Did they say what war? Did they make it that real? I mean, if he's an Italian-American, I can think of... I mean, there's a war he could have fought in. Would kind of make the game a little political. A little more political than you'd expect your game about being a guy saving his pizzeria by climbing the pizza tower. This thing's neck dirty? No. Not sure if that's a rope texture or... They're being a little picky again about how clean I need to get this guy. Ah, there we go. There's a big section. Nice. Yeah, he's a war vet getting thrown into a semi-real war where he can't truly die, but the PTSD is always there. That sounds like a nightmare. That's a nightmare that some people have to really live through. Like, yeah, they can die, but... having to deal with, say, fireworks as triggering your flight or fight response, and they're never gonna kill you, but still kind of sucks to have the big patriotic holiday in this country kind of be insulting to some of the people who sacrifice the most to, at least as far as polite society, say, you know, the people who sacrifice the most to sort of protect and support the country. And just like, yeah, we're also going to set off your PTSD every single year. And no one's going to feel pity for you. Ruben beat it first try with 0.233 seconds left on the clock. It's one of the last levels, though, right? So by then you should be really good at controls, and being good at the controls seems like how you are good at Pizza Tower. Beyond really just like trying to go for world record speedrun scores. Pretty sure I washed this wall already, so it's this wall we need to wash. Yep, getting shot at by the tanks. That sounds like giving you a gun doesn't give you that much of an advantage in the level if they have you fight tanks. Gun versus tank is not a fight that gun usually wins. Gun wins here. Truly a testament to Peppino's bravery and skill. And how weird of a game Pizza Tower is. See, there we go. There's a use for the Metroid Prime aiming. Gun wins against all. You also get a gun in the Five Nights at Freddy's level. That must be new. I've never seen a Five Nights at Freddy's level in Pizza Tower. And I watched a good number of people playing it when it first came out. I guess that's another reason I don't really want to buy Pizza Tower, because I won't say I know the game that well, but a lot of the surprises of the game are already kind of spoiled for me. So it really would just be, for me, it would be a game about getting good. A lot of the joy and whimsy that you sort of break up the process of getting good with would be lost on me, because I've already seen the silly things like Mort the Chicken or the giant hamster. It's the second to last of the final boss. Don't make a sound. Is that the goal of the level? Is that why they give you a gun, so that you'll make noise? I had to grab my extra water. If you're wondering why my model went weird there for a second. You probably weren't. You probably weren't wondering. Because it's usually weird. Oh yeah, Vroid Studio had another major update. I should probably go in there and see if I can maybe upgrade the bones of this model. That would be nice if I could do things like make my mouth move. First playthrough, you kind of sneak by, and with the P rank, you just kind of fuck all and run, triggering every alarm. No, you get the gun to kill the robots because they can't kill you if you kill them. Good defense is a good offense. Good offense is a good defense. It's almost like offense and defense are interchangeable if you know what you're doing. There's some sort of like transitive property between offense and defense. Hey, there you go, for free. There's a game idea. A game where you can freely reallocate your defense and offense. And you would have to give some reason to either ever use defense. Maybe you could be a robot that transforms its armor into weapons. Hey, look at this. We're brainstorming. How is this? Oh, it's the border. I thought it said boulder, and it's like, that's a very abstract boulder. Feels good to take revenge. That doesn't sound like a good game, kind of missing other parts. It's the first basic idea of you swap offense and defense. And yeah, maybe you could be a robot that does it, but that's kind of straightforward. Maybe it's a knight who, like, takes his armor off and swings it around at people. A turtle, same thing. Turtle that takes off its shell and hits people with it. If you want to be anthropomorphic about it. If you want to brainstorm games, I could get some thoughts out. Yeah, go for it. What are some game ideas you have? Not that I have any game developing ability. But it's kind of fun as idle chit-chat. It's like, hey, how about this game? I was watching my Dress Up Darling last night. I'm like weeks behind on all my anime because, again, didn't have internet. And there was a scene, and the background music, all I could think of was, this is what competitive sewing would sound like if competitive sewing was a game in Wii Sports. I really miss how the Wii itself had probably the last really distinct sound fonts of any Nintendo console. Like 20-year-olds now, they have that nostalgia for just what Wii games sounded like. That kids that grew up on the Nintendo Switch or, you know, on proper, you know, PlayStation gaming hardware or whatever, they don't get that. They don't get a, this is a type of flute synthesizer that makes you remember when you were 8 years old playing really simplified baseball in the living room. Yeah, Ruben played Wii too. It's not like the Wii ceased to exist in 2013 or whatever. whenever the Wii U came out. Just like when I was a kid and people still had Nintendos. Because we called it a Nintendo. Because that was the style of the time. No. I mean, yeah, that was how it went. But back when it was Nintendo and Super Nintendo, and people would still have Nintendos in their living room. Even though that was not the latest console at all at that point. People still had Wiis sitting around. Am I crouching? I wonder why I couldn't jump there. What have I missed here? Oh. Where is it still dirty? I don't see any dirt left on the castle battlement here. Maybe directly below the ladder? Nope. Alright, we'll just come back to that. I guess. Oh wow, I was ignoring chats pretty hard there. Played Wii 2 for about 8 years. Don't know how, but it's true. All about a game called Decked in Winter Gear, where you put on some big card game show in the summer, but your entire deck exists of winter cards. So you're at a disadvantage, and all the cards use some weird distincted mana that somehow mess with each other, and the winter cards don't take anything, but through your turn they melt fast until you've been used, or melt out of your hand. So a non-symmetrical one-player card game, I guess, where you're given cards that don't make sense. It's a start. It's a start on making a unique card battler game. I think as far as game design goes, card battlers are kind of advantageous as an early game to start on. Just wanted to see the graffiti here. Anyway, because you can do a lot of the prototyping just on paper, figuring out card interactions and things. So if you were going to seriously design it, yeah, it's best not to do it just in your head. You got to write things down. Like, you got to do a lot of the designing in your head, because that's when, like, the idea is alive and you can mold it and move it around. But once you get one good idea, you gotta write it down. Because you're not going to remember it. Seriously, where is this thing dirty? Where is that dirty? so annoyed by this. Don't see a speck of dirt on this stupid thing. Couldn't see it, but it was there. You have no idea how much time I spent thinking about this while wearing a hoodie in 300 Kelvin weather. Can't program at all, like negative. I don't know, thought survived a year already. But if you're gonna go with like actual detailed card interactions, you gotta write stuff down. Have you tried to program, by the way? Because all the programming I've ever done successfully was just making programs to do math for me on my graphing calculator. That once the teachers figured out we knew how to do that, they took away our graphing calculators. Well, they made us show we'd erase all our programs before they let us use them for tests. I have the plans for all the seasons worked out. No, this thing crashed on Word. I wanted to learn it, but I never did. I did some Code Academy, I think. I don't know if that's still free or not. It was pretty easy. I just kind of... I was doing it in my free time at work. And I, at one point, ran out of free time for like a month or so, and then I forgot everything I learned. But I got pretty far. I got to, like, programming a battleship game. I remember that. Like, making a battleship game that runs on ASCII display. If everyone were to learn, you have to start a lot simpler. Do you think so? I mean, pretty much any online learn to code thing isn't going to expect you to know how to do calculus or anything like that. When I did Code Academy, I was learning Python, which has the advantage of, and the joke of it among programmers, is that if you don't know how to do some operation, you just import it. If you don't know how to make a computer do multiplication, you just ask Python, hey, import how to do multiplication, and then it can. And you can just run a function that someone else already made to do multiplication for you. But it gets a lot more complicated than that. You know, you can make it so there's just a function to do averages, a function to do derivatives if you really need to. So you don't need to be good at math to program in Python until you do. But even then, like nowadays, I haven't tried using something like Game Maker Toolkit, but I'm sure it has like all the calculus basically already done for you for calculating things like gravity and jump height. So it sort of simplifies manipulating the parameters for you. Yeah, but I don't know anything like anything. Well, now is probably the best time in history to know anything about anything. I'm stuck on this ladder. What with so many people voluntarily giving up their knowledge of what little they do know. It's like, oh yeah, I'll have ChatGPT do all my programming for me. And then your workplace blocks ChatGPT and you can't do your job anymore. This is a thing that happens. And it's hilarious. I find it slightly ironic. There was this book that I read in high school called Feed. And I only read it because at one point I had a study hall and I didn't really feel like studying, but it was in the library, so I just like would pick up any random books off the shelf and read them. And I remembered one of my friends having read this book in middle school. So I was like, fine, I'll give it a go. And it was about a future where people have the internet just already in their head all the time. And I read this before smartphones were a thing. So it was kind of sci-fi, the idea of having the internet in your head, accessible all the time. And I remember this, there's this scene near the beginning where the kids were on the moon base because it was sci-fi. And, you know, we still had, in the early 90s, thoughts that maybe people would have moon bases. Anyway, they were on the moon base, but something went wrong and the feed died. And so all these kids were, like, alone with their thoughts for the first time in forever. And this, you know, was sort of a sci-fi concept back then, the idea that, and then the feed turned back on, and they all were rejoicing as the data flowed over them like snow or rain or whatever. And just like nowadays, no, that's normal. Of all the stupid things in that book, and there are a lot of stupid things in that book, pretty much all the stupidest ones are the things that have actually happened. And people becoming entirely dependent on having 24/7 access to the internet in their pocket. Thankfully, it's not directly in your head yet. And just feeling naked without it. So, like, yeah, that happens. That is where we are. This dumb science fiction book where the President of the United States calls some diplomat a shithead and his other diplomats have to, like, try to run damage control, saying no, he means that his mind is very fertile and everyone knows what he meant. And this isn't even a plot point, that's just something that happens in the background. Because it doesn't matter if the president is a moron. Those are the sort of things from the book that actually happen. We don't get the giant meat fields where we're growing artificial meat and people don't realize anymore. I mean, people do fail to appreciate the fact that meat is made out of animals. But that's a thing that was happening. That's always happened, basically. Since modernization, since the Industrial Revolution, people have become disconnected from the idea that meat is animals. But that's the thing that's in the book, is like, the meat is grown in these giant fields of just cell cultures outside. Well, not outside, but you can see it from the road. I don't remember the plot of the stupid book, but that's because it's trashy sci-fi, and it's really not about the plot, it's about the ideas. If someone has all these ideas about the future, and they want to say about it, and they don't want to just, like, say, I think in the future this is going to happen, they gotta put a plot on it, and the plot doesn't matter. What matters is the idea that people will get the internet stuck in their brains, and they'll have access to it 24/7, and it'll make everyone stupid. There's a character, he's some old dude, and he has, like, access to the feed, but it's this big external unit that he has to strap on, and he has to sit in a chair to use it. Which sounds cumbersome in the context of the story, but really that's just, you know, sitting on a laptop. Or a desktop computer. And he's portrayed as this old curmudgeon, but also obviously the author is winking at you like, ha ha. These characters think he's some weird old curmudgeon, but he's, you know, sensible and doesn't want to have a computer inside of his brain spying on him and telling him what to do 24/7. And now we're at the point where, I mean, I don't talk to that many people in real life who use ChatGPT. I can think of 2 people who do frequently use ChatGPT, and I always want to tell them that was a stupid use of ChatGPT. You won't know if it was telling you the truth or not until you open up that lawnmower and see what happens for real when you do what it said to do. But the way the internet, you know, is panicking about ChatGPT, it sounds like it's just the normal position now that people are okay with a chatbot telling them how to schedule their day and everything. Just like the stupid book from the early 90s was like, there's no way. Like, it's the kind of science fiction where it's like, there's no way things are going to get this dumb. And then it does. And then reality just outperforms science fiction as far as getting dumb goes. Where am I missing here? Inner castle crenellations. That's not part of it. Oops. Oh, there's a spot. Sometimes it helps to change the color that it highlights dirt with. Sometimes it doesn't help at all. This is one of the situations where I don't think it'll help at all. Just gotta spray everything again. Hope for the best. Yeah. I didn't see any dirt there. Even pressing the highlight the dirt button, didn't see any dirt in that area. But it was there, according to the game. And what the game thinks is law. Where is this still dirty? Oh, it was inside the edges of the polygons here. Maybe I should reread Feed, if I could find a copy. You know the game Dungeons and Degenerated Gamblers? Because that would make a great Uno. I have not heard of that. That sounds neat. I'm only a degenerate gambler in video games, so I could be down for that. Balatro is one of the games that, oh, is my model's frozen. Haha, that hasn't happened in a while. Anyway, Balatro is one of the games that Steam will let me play offline. So I've played a bit of that in the last couple weeks. And I had a round where I got Wheel of Fortune 8 times. And I clicked it 8 times because degenerate gambler. And I didn't have it proc a single time. 1 in 4 odds. No, that is not 1 in 4 odds video game. Wheel of Fortune is a liar, and we all know it. It's a blackjack game which you add cards like 13 of spades. So what I'm hearing is if I like Balatro, I'll like this. I'm sure it's not a good card, but I like it early in the game if I get the Hiker in Balatro, that one that every time you play a card, it adds 5 to its value. So, like, you'll play a 10 and it'll be worth 40 points if you get it early enough. Oof, my depth perception just went weird there. I thought that was big and that was far away. It's a lot of stupid cards, like Legally Distinct Charizard. Oh, Legally Distinct Charizard. Yeah, that sounds fun. That sounds like a silly game to play on stream at some point. Though again, I'm trying to save money. This came up. How long have I been streaming? Only 3 hours. Maybe that's why my model is getting all weird. Anyway, I am trying to save $2,000 by the end of January, middle of January. I'm trying to save $2,000 as quickly as possible. So I'm not going to buy that many games. The new Katamari game is probably the only full-price game I'm going to buy before January. But if Dungeons and Degenerates is cheap, might be able to buy that. You want to make an Uno game like that, just add some hit points and dice and random stuff like nuclear bombs. Not to be overly discouraging, but I think the only modern analog game I've played that I didn't really enjoy was a game called Exploding Kittens. And I think that the designer of the game just put way too much faith in the idea that having a card called Exploding Kitten was funny. That they didn't really think too much about the design of the game and just got really one-sided a lot of the time. And I didn't feel like there was really much strategy. What I'm trying to say is that, yeah, card games, you can really easily design them in your head. But I guess they're also really easy to make not that great. Like, it's really easy to overlook, okay, how does this game actually play when you put it in the hands of players and not just people who are, like, playing along in the spirit of the rules? Ribbon knows that game? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Exploding Kittens. One of the things I salvaged while I was cleaning the house, one of the things I brought to the new house is my copy of Escape from Atlantis, which I've never played. My mom got me a copy because she misunderstood a conversation we had in 2019. And I'm sure you can guess why I didn't get an opportunity to play it. But now we're all pretending that the pandemic's over. Been doing so for years. So if I really wanted to, I could probably get someone to play Escape from Atlantis with me. I got a little disoriented there. But we're all good now. Make sure those creases in the polygons get good and clean. Because apparently they count for a lot. We're on the last hole. And then once we're done with that, we just gotta clean the exit path, and we're done. The last hole is the big one, though. I don't think I've said anything on this stream that I can't upload this to YouTube and waste some minuscule portion of Google's storage space with. Maybe next time I stream Power Wash Simulator, I should get some music to go along with it. It's the same when I stream Minecraft, you know, I don't play this game with music. Swoosh, that sound too, so good. Oh, that was a really good gag in this game. At one point you're cleaning a house that people are like, it's not haunted, but it might be haunted. And they're like, I was just sitting on the couch and I kept hearing this repetitive whooshing sound. Because, you know, you're power washing outside their house. Water in the surface, cascading down like a rivulet of hair from a high tower. Flipping heck. This job's getting me. Who'd describe water like that? You need an assistant? I think Lady Pip is benefiting from this job more than she realizes. It's helping with her creative phrasing. Maybe that's not as much of a benefit for normal people, though. Honestly, it's kind of a detriment. A thing that I've had to do, again, working with normal people, is I've had to sort of reel in phrasing things in ways that I find funny, as opposed to ways that are clear and accurate. Well, I mean, I think the way that I phrase things that I think when I phrase some things specifically because I think it's funny to say it that way, a lot of the time is because it is accurate. But maybe makes people think too much to get what I'm saying. It's not maybe the best habit. But whatever, if I can turn it on and off, this character on the cell phone can turn it on and off to some degree. Maybe not always successfully, but whatever. The DSM-4, I think, listed a compulsion to speak cryptically as a symptom of schizophrenia. I'm not saying that for any particular reason. Just letting you know. That one time Bill worked with a schizophrenic in a medical context. And he was like, he talks like you. He didn't phrase it that way exactly, but yeah. Where are you still dirty, Castle Keep Frog? My eyes have long since glazed over and I cannot see the orange highlight well enough to utilize it. The day before yesterday, my job was breaking down this really nice old cabinet. But even though it was really nice and really old, it was also very large. And so the lady I'm helping, she's trying to clear out junk before she dies. Like, she's not in imminent danger of dying, but she's sort of in this mode of, I need to make it so that there isn't a bunch of junk around my house that my kids have to clean up. So I have to clean it up, but I get paid, so it's fine. So yeah, the project was to get rid of that giant, nice cabinet that no one's going to find space for, and it's kind of ruined because it had been sitting in a garage and mice have made houses in it. It was kind of gross at that point. But breaking it apart, like, there was really good wood in that thing, and the way it was nailed together and screwed together, there was really good planning and how it was constructed. It was really sturdy. It almost felt a shame to break it, but on the other hand, I've spent the last month getting rid of stuff. And so I am in, do we need this? No. Get rid of it mode. So it was a little bit of good timing for her that I was like, no. This is nice, but you need to get rid of it. You were right to call me to help you get rid of this, because no one's going to find space for it, and it is gross now. But it was well enough put together that sometimes I get that what was happening is I was overcoming the force of friction. But sometimes, while I was breaking it apart with a hammer, I would be standing on it, and in defiance of the whole idea of equally at opposite reaction, I would swing the hammer back, it wouldn't move, obviously, and then I would have to hit it so hard to break off a part that the whole cabinet would scoot along the ground like a cartoon. Like Wile E. Coyote propelling himself with a fan on a skateboard. But it was a sledgehammer propelling a shelf. I'm sure some of the wood in that thing was cedar, which smelled really nice when we broke it. Wednesday was another one of the days where I went to work for her, and usually I work for her for 3 hours, but I only worked for 2. Still got paid for 3 hours because it was insanely hot, and at the end of breaking apart that cabinet and throwing it in the dumpsters, I was, like I said on Discord, completely drenched, like dripping wet. Not a single part of my clothes was dry, just... And I dress for this, right? Like, I have these clothes that I wear for this sort of work that don't feel too uncomfortable to me when they're completely soaked, but still, it was not great. But getting paid a little early was nice. We're even gonna see that for you, like, just hitting something you're standing on and it moving, even though the action of preparing to hit it should have made it preemptively move in the opposite direction where you're making it go. It's only weird to me, probably because I get too in my head about physics. Simple, basic physics. a lot of the time. Like, that's just a normal thing that's distracting me. Just thinking about how different forces interact with each other at any given time. Man, I'm getting hungry. I probably should have eaten more than just soup before the stream. But, like, I've had that can of soup for 2 weeks now. So I felt I really needed to get rid of it to consume it. And then, also, like I said on Discord, I found out that my new microwave can make soup explode. And so I had to clean out the inside of the new microwave. After Philly commented about how it's really nice, how clean it is on the inside. Was it good soup? Not really. It's like mass-produced canned soup that I buy because sometimes I don't feel like eating anything more complicated than soup. Speaking of exploding, Rushy has a story. Please share. Oh man, there's so many little facets on this castle. I'm just not even planning at all how I'm cleaning it. I'm just spraying whatever's in front of me now. At some points, I'll have to get the ladder, I think. I said this game has lore, and it hasn't specifically mentioned this, but I'm pretty sure that all the things that exist in this world are covered in soot. Huh, you can't see it from here. But there's a volcano that's just outside of town. Don't I have soap? I could probably try to use that. What's this thing made out of? Multi-purpose, multi-purpose, plastic, plastic, multi-purpose. So if I use a plastic soap, maybe we can spray it down. Oh, wow, that is a long block of text. Whatever. Rushy plopped some egg rolls in there for dinner he was making. Thought everything was doing fine. Then a minute or two after he took it out, he started smelling something burning. Looked at the egg roll pan and saw some black charred spots. So thought clearly it was that. He already shut off the oven to take the food out, so it'll just turn on the stove fans. A couple minutes after that, the oven starts beeping and flashing an F2 sign on the display thing. When he opens it, see what was wrong, and every single heating element was almost white hot, going to the max amount and more. So he shut off the oven again, thought he left it on or something, and it begins beeping again with the same code. So he finally shut off the breaker for the oven, good plan. In the garage, things start dying down. Well, we think what happened was a brown or something that might have messed with the heat sensor in the oven. There was some work being done in the place where we got our power. So yeah, after looking up the F2 sign and everything, something went wrong with one of the sensors. And it would not stop heating up, and I got around 950 degrees before we shut it off. What temperature does iron melt at? If it was 50 degrees hotter, it would cause the glass door in the front to shatter and send shards of super hot glass everywhere, and we didn't decide to open the door after shutting off the breaker. That heat could have easily caused the wall behind to catch. We turned the oven breaker back on the next morning. It tested a little bit, it seems fine. But if anyone's using it, they gotta be in the kitchen at all times, watching it in case it decides to supernova again. You know, of the many walls of text that I have been given to read on this stream, that was probably the most readable. He was very stream of consciousness, but spelled mostly correctly, and the ideas flowed pretty easy. The problem with cleaning this castle, apart from just how tall it is it's got all these nooks and crannies, and I don't think the soap is going to help that much. I don't think the soap, like, flows along things and makes so I don't have a straight shot at it. What do we got? Wood? Multi-purpose? Sure. You see what I mean? It's like, it's not very... It's not very thorough in how it hits things. Leaves a lot of not clean spots. Nope, we're out. And it runs out pretty quick. You got soap, so why not? Well, now you're seeing why not. The soap does not work very well, considering how limited it is. Also, it's not so much an issue in this scenario because, you know, I didn't have to pay for it, but... It does cost money. Anyway, Ruben believes in the soap. Rushi marinated his ramen eggs for 2 days instead of overnight by accident, and they were very salty. Probably still tasted good, though. Now I'm thinking about what I want to eat for dinner. Because, gotta wake up at 5 in the morning to go to work tomorrow. So I gotta eat something that's not gonna really upset my stomach at all. Something simple and wholesome and actual food, not just like cup noodles. If you drown out a tiny bite of egg with an entire mouthful of noodles, and yeah. Ruben's gonna go. Have a good night, Ruben. Thanks for hanging out with me for 3 hours. Yeah, I'll let you know on Discord if we're doing peak. I think we're doing peaks next week, though. That sounds like fun. That sounds like a plan. There's so many little surfaces on this castle. Ah! Also, ladder physics in this game. They're not great. Let's see if there's anything over here I can get more easily. This is, yeah, kind of a pain to clean. There we go. We're done. We're done with the castle. That's the big part. If I don't have the trip going on next weekend, then I should be able to be there for it. That'd be nice. Get 3 of us going. Alright, so all we gotta do is clean these rocks and these stairs. And then the game should start telling me what's left. What the last things left that I gotta clean. Just be kind of okay with hitting everything from my perspective at the moment so that I can hit. No, we have to go back and clean that wall too. This whole upper castle wall is going to need to be cleaned. I've barely gotten it. I could grab the ladder now and move it into position to be more useful later, but whatever. I finished the 9th hole here. I thought I was nearly done. I'm not nearly done. I'm nowhere close to done. I have all these rocks to wash. It's kind of a nightmare. On the other hand, if someone could power wash an entire golf course in a 4-hour workday, That'd be kind of impressive. Like, in-universe, it makes sense that the NPCs are impressed by my speedy, efficient power washing skills that aren't all that speedy or efficient. I'm just the only person who has a power washer. So much more to clean. Ah, look at all those rocks. Like, the walking collision is so weird on these stairs. Go slow on this rock. We can let the angle work to our advantage. Do the stairs count as 2 parts? Yes, the stairs are 2 parts here. Oh, and that bit of fence. Ugh. There's so much more to do. You do a lap, and you're like, yeah, we're almost done, and then it's like, no, you're not nearly done. Nowhere close to done. This is going to be at least a 4-hour stream of power washing a single level. Yay. If only when you're cleaning things in real life, they could go ding! Be like, you're done, you cleaned it enough, it's good. No need to make a judgment call here. I say in that one case, and in other cases, I'm like, why? What a joy that would be. Just the universe saying, it's clean enough. Do something else. Except for the couple of times in this game where it's like, there is a speck of dirt. And it won't show up when you press the highlight button, but it's there. Hiding between the polygons. You're just gonna have to find it. Those 2 steps had their own cleaning category. I'm glad that that's done. If I had to search them out at the end, that would have been a major pain. Yeah, why can't more things just have the universe give us objective notification that we've done a good job? I demand universal good job banana stickers. If we're gonna make requests to the universe, you might as well be unreasonable about it. I'm having a harder and harder time finding the buttons I want to press. Oh no, I have to finish the stream though, before 6 o'clock, because I want to watch the Nimi stream. I don't even know what she's streaming, but she's got a new outfit. I find her a lot easier to support, or root for. I don't support her. I don't give streamers money. I don't give streamers money. But anyway, yeah, I find her a lot easier to support as an indie than I did when she was a corpo. Not that her content has changed significantly, in my opinion. Though I guess when she was a corpo, she probably wouldn't have been allowed to say that she's getting married. They might not have been too cool with that. Where is the dirt? There's some dirt on the exit rocks. Just all up in the nooks and crannies now. Okay, nice, nice, nice. We got a ding. But in this game, getting a ding is a good thing. I still have not cleaned this handrail close to well enough. Alright, that's the stairs, I think. There's still some on the... Still a lot to clean on these exit rails. Well, I can see that. There's some on the outside that I didn't get at all. Just climb the walls. They're so grateful for how well we can wash everything else. They don't care if we break a little bit of it. That one little bit of rope was left. Okay, these are not clean, but it could be rope again. Yeah, there's some rope. Yes. Now I just need these exit rocks. Gotta find the last bastion of dirt on the exit rocks. That wasn't it. That wasn't it. Lovely. Gotta go get my ladder. That should do. See, I can get a lot to talk about if I don't stream for a month, but then eventually I run out anyway. So I just need to do like a month's worth of stuff every week, and then I can stream once a week and have something to talk about for 3 hours, and then run out anyway. These ladders are almost as bad as the vines in Super Mario World. No, that's an exaggeration. The ladders have like 3 pretty distinct lanes to them. The only thing is that in this level specifically, you like bounce up the ladder. Everywhere else you can kind of sort of smoothly move up and down. But on this level in particular, you kind of bounce up and down, which is... not sure why that is. I don't know how much of this game is, like, duct taped together after the fact, to be honest. Move the ladder. We can just get this outer section. I say another if we can just get this. Still haven't managed to clean the exit chute. Like, there's a lot of dirt left on that. Probably on the far side. No, that's on the inside. This ladder's kind of cooperating. Not so much bouncing up it. So that might be more to do with just being on the center lane proper. Like you're supposed to be on the ladder, not hanging off on the edges. Then I fall down anyway. Let's see what we can do from here. Yeah. That was not enough. And kind of squat up in here. I can climb it. I can climb it. Sort of. sort of climb along the inside. But I don't know how I'm supposed to squeeze in here and hit the underside. Same problem here. Okay, we're done. We're done. We're done with that. Some more big things cleaned. No, that's obvious. Some obvious dirt, thankfully. Now how to get to that obvious dirt. I think there were some inner parts up there that I didn't get. No, I didn't finish these stairs. How? Because the rock is part of the stairs, that's how. Courtyard floor. Oh, there's some specs. This is the less than fun part of the game, and just for one section, just some random sections, it's really picky about how clean it has to be. And the highlight color just doesn't help. I can't tell if that's just a gap in the geometry or if it's... Seventh hole border, not quite done there. Let's see what's still dirty here. There's some dirt. Not sure if that's dirt. That might have been dirt. Ah, there's a nice section. There's a nice dirty section. Absolutely filthy. Not enough, though. Not filthy enough to save us. We need more dirt. dirt, or is that just texture? See, when I'm spraying little bits like this, that's the game you should be like, you're done, you're good. Give me my objective, you have done well enough, so that I can stop. Because this looks less like a power washer and more like someone with some sort of excessive cleanliness disorder. Didn't see a speck of dirt there, even when I was highlighting it. Yeah, this level may have been a little bit not fully baked. Not quite the level of playability. Interior wall. That's probably just I didn't crouch. Yeah. That's dirt, right? No, that's not dirt. I thought this black line would be dirt. Just keeping an eye on that little indicator up there. Oh, see, it's battlement wall. That's the whole thing. I'm pretty sure that there's like one corner here. I haven't cleaned it all. And that didn't do it. That was not what I needed to do. Oh, this is the parapet wall, not the battlement wall. I thought I was done cleaning around this castle, but I was not. Is that dirt? That is not dirt. Everyone's favorite game. Is that dirt? In this universe, they can give us objective answers of is that dirt or not. Sometimes it chooses not to. Just goes, yeah, you'll figure it out. You'll find the dirt. If you just keep randomly spraying bits, you'll find it. Eventually. Eventually. Are you dirt? You're not dirt. We still have not gotten this whole border That's dirt. At least the border's still dirty enough and small enough that it's kind of easy to find bits to spray. Kind of easy. This fly that is insisting on crawling on my arm is getting a little annoying. But I don't want to get up and put batteries in the electric racket to murder it. Okay, parapet wall is cleaned. But the outer part is not the parapet. We are 99% done here. The battlement wall. There's a spot. There's like Minecraft shift walking, which is not something that you actually can do in this game, it just sometimes it happens. Overhang's not clean yet. Where, battlement wall? Where are you still dirty? There's some. Dirt. Or texture. It's texture. It's too big. It's too big and there's too many sections. If they just made this outer battlement into like smaller sections, we could have cleaned each one of them individually, but making it all one piece makes it pretty much impossible to pin down where exactly is still dirty. What is still dirty here, other than the parapet wall? First hole daisy. Alright, I'm finally in time with people now, and it does seem like I'm taking the trip next weekend. Oh well. Probably a better use of your time to, Where's a daisy? Oh, these things. Yeah, probably better use your time to, like, go to New York. Alright. Castle battlement. We're giving up on that. Keep corbels. What's a corbel? Is that these things? Yay! That was missing part. See, sometimes you just gotta try something else and you'll find what you need. Buttress. Which part's the buttress? I thought the buttress was up here. That's the parapet wall. Okay, these things are the buttresses. And that's the dirty one. Oh yeah, it's got a big dirty spot on it. Crenellations. That's these. Okay, I still don't see what's dirty here. Oh, there's a spot right there. Next on the list. Cave stepping stones. That should be easy. Which one of y'all is all dirty? This one. Cave walls, 2 out of 3. Cave wall. Yeah, this is kind of complicated. I can see how I missed a spot here. This fly is sorely tempting me to end its life. Wouldn't kick it. Central stairway protruding bricks. What's the central stairway? Central stairway wall. Central stairway protruding bricks. Fence panels. Ten out of 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah, here's our 11th fence panel. The little one. 5th hole ramp. 4, 5. Which ramp? They're both so illuminated, I can't tell which one's extra illuminated. Yeah, that one corner with the dragon where I couldn't see anything. It was too dark, and now we can't see anything because it's too bright. Fence posts. 4 out of 10. And it's 99% clean. Okay, that's a fence post. So I got very close to cleaning each one of these, but didn't quite. Is that all of them? Fence posts, 10 out of 10. Now back to 5th hole sign. Not sure how I managed to not get that. 4th hole. The hole itself. 4th hole border. I don't see any obvious dirt. A little bit here. The underside of this ramp counts as the border. Okay. Nothing I missed. Golf ball returns ports. This one's not clean yet. Unclean. I can see the rust on it. Right, golf ball return supports. 9th hole arches. Cleaning things in alphabetical order really does have me sprinting around a bit. That's an arch. That's an arch. This arch isn't clean. Now it is. 9th hole small borders. So this small border is clean. Is this a small border? This is a small border that I've apparently cleaned not at all. Not even a little bit. Oh, I bet it's the bottom. Yeah. Second hole sign and second hole border. Whee! They're like part of it here that counts. That's the windmill. Ah, there's a spot we missed. Second hole, windmill blade, 0 out of 6. None of those are clean? This is kind of like that helicopter where you had to clean the engine, and it just had so many weird little nooks and crannies that eventually you just sort of sprayed at random until it worked. See, if I have my little step ladder, that'd be nice. But I gotta stand on bits of the course. Alright, windmill blades are cleaned. 6th hole. Sixth hole sign. You'd think I would get these signs before moving on, but I really wasn't. Small forest mushrooms, third hole sign. I've run past the third hole and the third hole sign so many times. This is the third hole, right? 3. sign. And the small forest mushrooms. That one's not clean. You are unclean as of yet. The mushroom house. This is a small forest mushroom. And we're done. And that took 4 hours almost on the dot. And I think that some reason my... I mean, maybe it's just like I'm too far or too close to my... Nice. Nice to see you're still here. Hey, and this is the best part. Now we get to watch the time lapse. Are you ready? That's quite an angle they chose. It really skips over that last part where you're just sort of squeezing around, trying to find all the last little bits. Lady Pip of Loganbury says, Verily thou art a knight of the highest order, and your sleight of lance art of singular renown. Thanketh indeed for your bravery, which hath driven away this cursed beast of burden and reclaimed our mighty land. Nope, couldn't do any more of that. Thanks, mate. Sure they'll be well happy with the state of things of the place now. I'm not sure if this Loganbury is supposed to be in Britain or in Australia. Because neither of them have volcanoes. And yet people use mate a lot as a term of endearment in this game. Restart job, how about not? Okay, so we're done. That's my first stream for, I think it was the last stream was in the end of June. So didn't stream at all in July, but hey, August 1st. We're starting over. We're going to be streaming for Fridays for a little while I get the last little bits of things sorted out here. But I am streaming again. So let's just take a win for what it is. Confirm, go to New York City. Have fun. Or New York State. Next weekend. Have fun with that, though. Go do some redneck... Go do some redneck activities out in central New York. I'm gonna go. That's the end of the stream. Thanks for being here. Bye for now.